Final Fantasy XIV, shall we? Alright. Yeah, we'll work on that later. Dead man's chest appears to be armor. Okay, so I can discard this safely. Alright. Let's see. Where are we? I think I need to go and get that next level of Pictomancer. Let's work on that first. Hey there, Kapopo.
Oh, a maddened glint in your eyes. The abysmal posture of one who's produced too many works in far too little time. I can tell you've been training hard, Kupo. Your aura, too, has burgeoned since last we spoke, lending you to the mysterious mien of an artist undergoing a wild and wonderful evolution. Hey, what are you gonna do? You think I'm making this up, don't you? That I'm stringing together vaguely relevant, affirming words? Oh, ye of little faith.
Thank the matron.
Exactly, Kupo. You should thank the matron for... Wait, all the best in African are bounties, but why are we thanking her?
I thank the matron we may speak before you depart, of course. I have someone here who wishes to express his gratitude. Our guardian friend has made a full recovery, and it is thanks to the horn you bought. Your selfless actions have saved my life. I know not how I can ever repay you.
No need for that, Kupo. To see you hale and whole is repayment enough.
I'm given to understand you're searching for someone, a traveling painter.
Indeed I am. Her name is Baru, and she's my very best friend.
Moved by your endeavor, I took the liberty of making inquiries among my comrades. Alas, none recall having seen such an individual. As patrolling the border is one of our chief duties, we have been noted if your friend passed through. My apologies for could not be paid.
I see. Well, still, to have confirmation Baru wasn't here is helpful. Thank you, Kupo.
It was the least I could do for my saviors. Now, you must attend our next meeting. We must attend our next meeting, but I wish you well on your journey ahead.
All right. Where could Baru be? We may not have found any clues here, but with some luck, we'll find her at our next destination, Kagane. Getting there, however, might prove a challenge, unless you visited the Far East before, Pieter.
Well, I have.
I've been there many times, actually. Wonderful. That makes our lives much easier, Kupo. Now, listen closely. I have here a lovingly crafted and blessedly breathable hempen sack. Why don't you stuff me inside and teleport me to Kagane with you? Hey, you needn't. Get me in the sack. I can take it, Kupo.
Oh, okay. You are now carrying a Kupo-sized sack. Kapopo-sized sack. It would be prudent to handle your burden with the utmost care until such time as you reach Kagane. Quest accepted. And we got some downtrail music. Oh, that's right. Off stream, I totally cheated and just looked up the riddle because there was no way I was getting it. And so I'm ready to collect a secret in the box. There we go. The keys unlock the box, which you open to reveal your gift, along with another letter. Dear Pieter, allow me to congratulate you for solving the riddles. As promised, the gift is yours to take. A long time ago, Master Louis Soir left a little troublemaker in my care. At his behest, I taught the boy everything I knew in the ways of survival and infiltration. After years away from these shores, the boy's returned to man. By the set of his face alone, 'tis plain he's matured greatly. A product of his time with the scions, I don't doubt. I thank you for being there for him, and ask that you continue to do so. Lastly, I ask that you forgive me for not saying this directly. In spite of myself, I've never been good at expressing heartfelt sentiment in person. Hence this letter. The manner of its delivery, at the very least, I wish to make interesting, and I hope you derived some enjoyment from it. What the heck was that? Dark Words of Casting. Alright, well. Really, the chance that I was actually going to get to use that was very, very low. Okay. Get our Pictomancer ready. And go to the Crate Beyond. In Kagane. That's not why I'm here. The Kapopo-sized sack is wiggling rigorously. Alright, time to let out our little mule friend.
Ah, what a peaceful nap that was, Kupo. And I see we've arrived safely in Kagane. The city is impossibly picturesque as ever. God, beautiful. Why, when I first arrived here with Baruo and Jolaikin, I thought we were in a waking dream, Kupo. We were all fascinated by the Far Eastern art, especially the bright, bold presentation of ukiyo prints. It was a treat to view so many pieces up close. What of you, Pieter? What do you recall most vividly about your first visit here?
How desperate I was to turn the tide of rebellion, honestly. That was what was going on at that time.
So, following a painful defeat, you came here in search of a new path forward. The journey must have been fraught with hardship, but you persevered, and the flames of adversity forged you into a most helpful of heroes. Right then. I'd like to begin searching for Baru, and I think the tea houses would be a good place to start. The proprietors ought to be able to
strike down this hapless fool.
Precisely, Kupo. The proprietors ought to be able to strike down this hapless... Wait, who's getting struck down? Hold on a moment. It's a soul in need of aid. Ahem. What troubles you, good sir?
Oh, turbulent tides take me. I'm an art dealer from Moldar, you see, and I came to Gagani to sell a masterpiece I acquired in Eorzea. But nary a day before we arrived, we were engulfed in a terrible storm, and we rocked and we rolled, and barely able to keep the ship from capsizing, and in the chaos, the cake containing my precious piece was cast into the roiling wave, likely drifted into the Ruby Sea, Confederate waters. No one is willing to go and search for me.
I do believe it's your time to shine again, Peter. You can help this poor fellow, yes?
Well, sure. Hey, what's up? Maybe I can help. Well, acquainted with the pirates, you say. Well, if you could speak with them about my crate, I'd be grateful beyond words. Well, yeah, sure, I can do that. In the crate in question, it would be them. All right. Kitty's got the zooms. Oh, if it isn't our friend Peter, what brings you back to these parts? Business with Rochot and Tessuya, perhaps? There's a ferry mount. That's amazing. A crate containing a piece of art. As a matter of fact, we finished fishing something out of that like the water just not long ago. But as you may know, the Ruby Sea is our territory, and anything the tides deliver to us is ours by right. We cannot simply hand it over. But we owe so much to Peter. I haven't forgotten. That being the case, why don't we make it interesting? Have a friendly little contest for the crate. Challenge accepted. That's the spirit. We'll make it simple. Hunt an ogre crabs. Both sides will get the same amount of bait, and the person who can catch more crabs is the winner. All right, then. Once you've used up your bait, bring the shells to me as proof. I'll be waiting. Perfect. Let the contest begin. Always in a rush, that one. You need only lay your bait by the shore and dispatch the ogre crabs that take it. And when you got no bait left, come back and show me the shells you collected from your kills. All right. The crab-worthy crag. Aside from being out of the water, there's an area hiding spot for crabs at these outcroppings. This does not seem a promising spot to scatter bait. No. Plop right over the edge. Alright. Trying to find a better hunting spot here. Spy a trail of tiny tracks in the sand. Perhaps this is a good spot to use the bait. Oh yeah, let's use the bait right here. Sense a hostile presence. Forgot to set everything up. Crab-worthy crab. Near to the water, you spot a bounteous shellfish, favorite of crabs. Might be a prime location for baiting your quarry. Let's do it. Oh, wow, okay. I'm not done yet. Okay. Another crab-worthy crag. Lucky shells are teeming with life, assuming an ideal spot to scatter bait. Let's do it. Oh, you brought the shells. I'll take them off your hands, then. Here, 7 crab shells. And the winner is Pearden. It's not even close. Congratulations. Ha ha! Good show, Peter. I expected nothing less from you. I'm a man of my word, so the crate's yours. Though it was just a friendly game, it's a privilege to go up against you. Be sure to tell everyone about it. Yes, thank you for humoring us. I think that crate is what the merchant's after. Okay. Heroes! How are you, Bruni? Welcome. Feel free to stay as long as you like. I do have some V and C dungeons I need to get at some point. Although I'm not going to keep you from playing your Dawn Trail. But if you have an interest at some point, it's sometime in the future. Just let me know. It can be off stream also. You just hit me up in Discord. Okay, Crate Beyond. Gosh, I wish that there was like a normal like queue for that worked, because they have a way to do that in game. Yeah, it doesn't work at all. I was on there for an hour and nothing happened. Be careful playing the game right now. Scared to get stuck in a dungeon and it crashed. Oh, it's been crashing a lot. Because tomorrow's full release. Yep, it's been crashing quite a bit, I've noticed. Yep, good times. Ah, you are returned. Were you able to find my crate? There was a big crash the other day. A lot of people got kicked out of their dungeons. One guy was on the final boss, and he said that somebody started to cast the limit break to beat this boss, this final boss in one of the Dawn Trail dungeons, and got to start over because we got all this got disconnected, all of us. It's like, oh, traitors be praised. Sorry, wrong words. Oh, traitors be praised. The very crate I lost, and it's still intact. Like I said, there's no rush. It's whenever, because the BNC dungeons is like, if I do, great. If not, we'll get it eventually. You're truly a godsend, adventurer. Words fail to express my gratitude.
Yeah, it's impressive indeed you could track down the crate. Excellent work, Peter. Remind me, what was in this crate again? It was a painting, right? After having been adrift for so long, I hope it hasn't been ruined.
I think I went to log in before I tried again. Last night the queue was 228 before me. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's consistently been over 200. It's the joke has been that we're all playing the game Q Fantasy right now. Judging by its condition, I want to believe all's well, but, well, let's see. I don't think the traitors is unharmed, and I thought I'd packaged it excessively.
Look, my palm. That's one of Gentiquilin's pieces, Kupo.
Oh, you've got a keen eye. Indeed, this is the work of the traveling artist Jataclane, painted in the winter of his years. If it was that much of people and there was a crash yesterday, it makes sense. Because it was mostly MIA from the computer for the day. Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, there's better than a couple people trying to get on to Final Fantasy 14. It's a popular game. I purchased it a few moons ago from a young lady who was his apprentice.
Baru, Kupo. I've been searching all over for her. Do you know where she is?
Oh, she's a friend of yours, is it?
Please, tell me everything you know. Where you met, where she might be now, everything.
I don't know how to say this, but from what I've heard, your friend has passed on. She came from Oldar, or came to Oldar to sell some trove of Jataclin's paintings, and his works are extremely rare, so it caused quite a stir among art dealers. Expensive. There's something in the screen. There is. Just a sec. Oh, that's not the computer. That's the frickin' tabletop. All right, there we got it. Expensive though the pieces were, it didn't take long for her to sell them all. And once she had, she disappeared. Her belongings were apparently strewn around her inn-room, yet there was nary a sign of foul play. None have seen her since. It is rumored she found a quiet place to end her life.
No, I knew Jacqueline's death left a void in her heart, but Baruba wouldn't have. She couldn't have.
I know it's difficult, but try to remain calm. Now, this is a rumor, nothing more. We don't know anything for certain. But, oh, forgive me. It was not my intent to cause you distress with these grim tidings. 'Twas because of them, in fact, that this piece failed to sell in Eorzea. Thus did I bring it all the way to the Far East, hoping to find a buyer here instead. Now, if it ain't much, no, it isn't much, but please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Not the painting. With that, I must take leave of you and go to meet with a prospective client.
I'm sorry, Peter. You did well. You did. But if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone for a while, Kupo.
Sure. No problem. Take as much time as you need. Hey, I'm gonna go do my other missions. I got a lot, actually. Quest complete. Alright. So, let's see. What are we doing next? We're running out of stuff to do. It's getting into crunch time where it'll be actually the push for Dawn Trail. So here we go. Pandemonium Awakens. Oh, that's right. Let's go finish the Pandemonium dungeon. Got 4 raids, and that should be it. There are no Aether currents beyond this point. You can't fly any further. Get on the ground. It's like, okay. Sorry. I do love banking so much. Banking mounts. I posted in the Discord. Somebody posted the difference between Mayon and previous version and the current version, and it's a stark difference. Like ARR in general, it's just a huge shock on how much better it looks. All right. Let's go to the demon's nest, shall we? To the 10th circle we go. Oh, I probably should have the correct.
Let's go in with an underleveled Pictomancer.
It's like, no. We're going in with this scholar, baby.
Its outfit is fabulous.
Let's call it flaming. Before I go here, before I get in. Less than 5 minutes. I mean, going in as a healer makes life easy. All right. So we will do some Hildebrand while we're waiting on this in this dungeon. Hildebrand has made his way to the first world because, of course, he has. Bye, I love you. Have a great day, my love. Thank you.
Oh, that fellow. Yeah, I saw him the other day on the way home from Clearmount. I'd enjoyed one too many libations after my bath and ended up wandering off into the forest. And before I knew it, the sun was dripping low and the sky turned dark, and I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever make it home. Then I felt a gentle tug on my arm, and would you believe it? This odd-looking fellow led me out of the forest and set me back on the road. I thanked him profusely, but he said nothing in reply, just struck this pose and walked off.
That sounds like Hildebrand. Did I see him? Oh, you bet I did. I was crossing through the forest of Lost Shepherd on my way to deliver fish to the Austral Imperative. Out of nowhere, this odd man leapt out in front of me. I thought he was a bandit at first, and then he abruptly turned to the side and craned his neck and put his fist in his head as if to say, you know what, I didn't know. It was baffling. I ran when I realized he wasn't going to do anything else. So great to get another Hildebrand episode. We missed Hildebrand in the Shadowbringers. Here we go. Anabasios. The 10th circle. interesting better. See that tomorrow. Tomorrow's full drop. Good stuff.
I am Pandemonium. From countless failures have I wrought miracles. Into soulless vessels I breathe life.
Demonic dungeon. Pandemonium. Alright, there we go.
You will go no further. Like a spider, I spin my web. This prison offers no escape. I mustn't disappoint Lady Athena. Stay where you are.
Apparently need to hang out there, huh?
Wet like unto chains. A tangled morsel, awaiting death. All paths lead back to me.
Hey, I got out of the way by accident.
I operate the limits of Lady Athena's power. Stay where you are.
I don't know how that red arrow works.
Awaiting death. All paths lead back to me. These bars are unbreakable. I am Pandemonium, and these cells are mine! Stay where you are. Bear yourselves to me. Your punishment shall be unending.
That's bad.
For Athena. For Mother. I'll give you special cells. Your soul screams. Wet like unto chains.
I've been doing almost this entire fight without my family.
These bars are unbreakable. Stay where you are. Wet like unto chains.
Got him. All right. Good deal. Hey, I got a commendation. Thank you. So 2 more dungeons in Pandemonium. That was a beautiful display as always. I stand enchanted by your grace in battle. What are we looking at? Theater, is that? What's this? The Warrior of Light. Pandemonium's final gate has been cast wide. I shall await your arrival beyond. So, Warrior of Light will be the next one, and then Athena, and then that should be it. Apologies for not coming sooner. This space is enveloped by some fell energy. We couldn't risk venturing through it before taking precautions. Well, I was mistaken. Was that Themis? Tell us what you know. We may consider our next course of action carefully. We must. All right. And Abasios. I ought to have anticipated this. If she bore witness to past events within Pandemonium, Athena would have found Elidibus impossible to overlook. Few possess such a talent for magics, to say naught of the emissary's discerning judgment. And so she found his soul upon the tides of the ethereal sea and used his memories to craft a puppet that could serve her whims. But is what Themis said true? She imbued Pandemonium itself with a soul. Apparently. To breathe life into what should never live. Athena's research is fast approaching its culmination. Unfortunately, with the information shared with us by your friends, we've made some strides toward figuring out how to stop her. A crystal, called the Heart of Sabik, may be the key. Oh yeah, I remember that. The researchers related a quick but thorough history of events leading to the present. The sundering of the star, the emergence of the Ascians, and the calamities that they brought to bear upon the realm. Tales that, under other circumstances, we would have considered childish fantasy, if not for the name that rang true to La Brea's memories. So we're gathering this for Athena, right? The Heart of Sabik. To you, the secret of Ultima Weapon's might. Not least the spell known as Ultima, and the source of enduring mystery. We're told that a general from the Garlean Empire was gifted with this Arasite by an Ascian, that the Ultima weapon might be perfected. The identity of this shadow benefactor, however, remains a curious unknown. Oh, I know who it is. It's you. You seem to be a veritable trove of uncommon knowledge. Is there aught you're withholding? La Habrea. Very well. At present, the Heart of Sabik itself is of greater moment. It's a creation of Athena's, made during her time with the words of La Habrea. This predates even the Pandemonium's construction. She brought before us a crystal she claimed to have chanced upon, saying it contained immense power. We dubbed it Arasite, studying it with a fervor unusual even for her. The eventual fruit of her efforts was a Stygian crystal, unlike anything we have ever seen, the Heart of Sabik. What is Arasite, exactly? Don't get a chance to ask this question again. We theorized that it came from beyond our star. Beyond that, naught was ever known. Much later, we discovered that Arasite magnifies the desires of those who come into contact with it. Do much to explain Athena's actions following her recovery of the crystal. Arasite is dynamis? Alas, this realization came too late. By the time I moved to seal the Arasite and its insidious influence away, Athena's plot had already been laid. So what became of the Heart of Sabik? I took it from Athena's laboratory after I ended her life. The density of the aether within was unlike anything I'd observed. I knew its capacity for destruction, but further analysis proved impossible. I elected to safeguard it myself. It's possible that Athena herself obscured the crystal's contents. Even were her memories stored within, I would have remained in ignorance. If she included some mechanism by which to give these memories form, as she did with her own, she would be reborn. Ironic, when I should have protected those very memories in the name of safeguarding the star. Fate is loath to see mistakes go unpunished. I've told you all I know of Athena and the many secrets she kept hidden from the world. If she indeed stored her memories within the Heart of Sabik, we must ask ourselves, how they were awakened in this age. When was the crystal last sighted? It was in Ultima. The Ultima weapon. During my fight with the Ultima weapon. In which you triumphed but failed to recover the heart. Yet, according to your colleague, there was another on the battlefield that day, an Ascian. And this self-same Ascian was later struck down at a location known as the Aetherochemical Research Facility. I've heard that name. And recently, the site of Professor Claudian's disappearance. Indeed, he was tracing an ethereal signature resembling that of the memory crystal in his possession. A signature that may well have belonged to the heart of Sabik. In which case, there's no coincidence that Athena's awakening followed. What reason would he have brought to bring her back to life? Was his mind not his own? He has more questions than answers. Although Athena's essence is that of memory, her magics have not suffered for lack of a physical body. All the world is now, it would not be possible, but she must have found a suitable vessel. If Elidibus is to be believed, she readies this vessel for godhood, and is perilously close to success. It beggars belief, as you well know. You were the linchpin of her ambition. Yours was the only form that could contain the immense power Athena required. It is long since turned to dust. As pleasant as this discussion is, I require more information if we're to unravel this mystery. You know what awaits you, Pieter. Demas. But you won't find him so cooperative as you're accustomed to. We know not how vast this space beyond these gates may be, but somewhere within lurks Athena, with Elidibus lashed at her side. This may be a simplistic theory, but hear me out. If Themis rose from his memories intact, he would be eager to see reason. We need only break the magics that bind him to regain our old ally. When I had fallen under Hephaestus' influence, you didn't stop trying until I was freed. I'd ask that you do the same for Themis. None of us are real in the conventional sense. I feel it must be done. Themis would never have wished to be your enemy. You got to be. While Achios's perspective is a sentimental one, Elidibus may possess privileged knowledge. To question him unimpeded by magics would be ideal. Agistus broke free of her bonds in her final moments, suggesting that Athena holds weakens under the weight of combat. You must use the same principle to unshackle Elidibus' mind. But remember that our nature is fragile. Even if it inhabits a vessel which is meant to meet you in battle, I'm certain it's not meant to endure. If left weakened for too long, his aether might dissipate back into the ethereal sea. You best act quickly. All right. Quest accepted. The 11th circle is now accessible. The penultimate Pandemonium mission, if you will. I'm gonna grab some water while we wait for this to queue up. We're back. Continue lettuce. I'm gonna go see if we can turn in any equipment to get goodies while we're waiting for this to queue up. I know my company actions on 8 days. And Abasios, the 11th circle.
I suppose I have Athena to thank for this incarnation. I have long considered how I might stand against you, I admit. In transformation, I present to you my truth. I am Enlightened.
Warrior of Light. Ephemeral Justice. Famous.
My heart quivers in anticipation. Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Darn you. Doing a very bad job of guessing. Yeah.
Submit to the emissary's judgment! The balance must needs be maintained. Will you be judged worthy to exist? These magics are not for you to wield. Will light embrace or darkness consume? Will you be judged worthy to exist? Now to take your measure. My heart quivers in anticipation. Will light embrace or darkness consume?
It looks like the color tells you if you go in and out.
Submit to the emissary's judgment! The balance must needs be maintained.
So light, so I have to go to dark if I want it.
Will you be judged worthy to exist? These magics are not for you to wield.
In-out logic puzzle. Light is in, dark is out.
Will light embrace or darkness consume? Will you be judged worthy to exist? Now to take your measure.
My computer has made himself tired and stuff.
Power from beyond! I am the emissary, and I shall never die.
Never.
Now to take your measure. judged worthy to exist. Warriors forged in my own image. These magics are not for you to wield. Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Go in.
For victory!
Punk moved out of the way. All right. Look at this. All right, time to turn on my computer again. Hey, 2 commendations. I actually think I did pretty decent on that one. The fog is lifted. I knew that Athena's magics magnified the desires of the victim at the expense of all else, but I never guessed what desire of mine she could exploit. Since the moment we met, I've made plain my interest in you, my desire to understand your nature. I suppose that curiosity extended to how each of us would fare in a match of strength. What is this? You alright? Free. Then I'm no longer needed. Do not look so crestfallen, my friend. These few moments of clarity are more than I could have asked for. You must render judgment on Athena's actions. We need you for this. You've grasped the fraying strands of my being and tied them together with your own. Nevertheless, I fear that I am still here on borrowed time. I only hope that I can see you through the last of our battles. Until then, I will cherish every moment. I am Elidibus, the emissary. As such, it falls upon me to judge Athena, who would disrupt our carefully maintained balance to fulfill her own desires. I swear that I shall not waver in this duty. Let us return to Iachnos and La Habrea. There's much I would share with you before we embark upon our final ascent. Themis, it is good to see you. I knew Pietro would guide you to our side once again. I'm grateful he has the patience to tolerate my lapse in manners. Athena's hold on me has been broken, and I pledge every moment of my remaining time to seeing that she answers for her deeds. Very good. To that end, I would have you share what you know of her plan. Of course. As I mentioned, Athena possesses a vessel that may serve in the creation of a god. It is someone Pietro knows well, a man by the name of Claudian. By twist of fate, his body proved to be ideal for Athena's purpose. That's not good. The creation of a person requires not just body and soul, or memory, but rather all three. We are made from the memories of our ancient counterparts, etched upon drifting souls and given form through the infusion of aether. We lack the physical body, yet you can see and feel us all the same. Athena is different. She's carved her memories into Claudian's soul, while it was still within its body, and thus made both her own. But even she is prone to error. After the Sundering, the beings became more fragile in both body and soul, and this difference prevents Athena from realizing the full extent of her desires. So that's why she has turned her sights toward Pieter. His uncommon strength rivals even the mightiest of our age. Indeed. By scrutinizing his feats in battle, Athena aims to deduce the secret of Pieter's prowess and use it to fortify her own vessel. Only then will the culmination of her research be at hand. We have to save Claudian. An arduous task, but not impossible. Athena can inscribe herself upon another's soul, but she cannot erase its will. If we awaken Claudian's spirit to the reality of his bondage, he might be compelled to wrest his body from Athena's clutches. That'd be cool. I still don't know why she chose Claudian. What makes him more suited than anyone else? Although I've never spoken to Claudian, I did witness an incident that may prove revelatory. When instructing the vessel to do her bidding, she called it by a familiar name, Erichthonius. What? Why would she? It is as I thought. All right, then, keep your secrets. I guess I should get a determination last time. Themis, you may have just handed us the key to rescuing Claudian. What's that? What must we do? First and foremost, we must confront Athena. She must be made vulnerable as Elidibus was. Yet our opponent stands on the verge of godhood. As we are now, she would unmake us in an instant. Pieter, we have no choice but place the burden of our fate and the fate of the fate of many more besides, squarely upon your shoulders. I trust you have no objections. Objections, no. Concerns, yes. Though we know not what form Athena will take. I have faith that your skill will see us through this trial, as it has many times before. I well appreciate Pieter's willingness to fling himself at the unknown. However, we have yet to hear how this will liberate Claudian. I have a plan. Do not trouble yourself overmuch about the details. The same goes for you, Pieter. You must focus the entirety of your attention on Athena. She will not be easily bested, even by one of your prowess. Let us trust in La Habrea and prepare for the battle to come. Before we face Athena, I must know. If she had never discovered the Aurosite, had never fallen under its influence, would she have even lived a normal life? Would she have been like a mother to me? I've asked myself the same question. Questions with no answers, I fear. Somehow, something got on my glasses. But let us put them out of our mind. There's something we must discuss, and I would not do so as La Brea, but as a father to his son. And Abasios is now available. It is time for the 12th and probably final circle. We will make our way toward getting some better gear. A museum. Then I got coffee, now I can brains. It says, leader of our free company. Pandemonium Relic Exchange. Okay. Okay. This is very much a Pieter look. Very, very much a Pieter look. Alright, sleeping gentleman. Alright, we will switch to summoner, if we must. Strongly resembles an inhabitant of heaven, doesn't he? Hey there, solemn woman. Why, yes, I saw someone like that when I was picking mushrooms in the forest. He even spoke to me. I was repulsed at first by his form, but he only wanted to warn me that fell beasts lurk in the forest and that I should be wary. Contrary to appearances, he was actually quite gentlemanly. Get me all mended. Finishing question of the locals, have you? Were able to learn anything? I know this, that, and the other. Not only has the poser caused no harm, but he even helped people. So he's a gentleman, albeit a suspicious one. Something of a contradiction, you might say, but there's reason to doubt what we heard. There's no reason to doubt what we heard. Everyone seemed to encounter him in the forest of the Lost Shepherd, right? That's what we'll need to look at next. Shall we? Gotta work on the portraits really quick. You just show up like this, and it's like, yes, I'm a warrior of darkness. It's like, but you're glowing. It's like, yeah, it happens. Oh, here we are. But how exactly are we supposed to begin our search? These woods are, well, woods. Well, I can take care of it.
Got a plan, do you? Far be it from me to doubt the warrior of darkness. Yep, that's me, the warrior of darkness, glowing robes and all. Show us what you got in mind, and we'll back you up to the best of our ability.
We're doing the Mandeville Mambo, baby. I love it.
Hark. What familiar gentlemanly gyrations are these?
My goodness. Light Warden, the Forgiven Gentleman. I was gonna say, what? You have to fight him? On your guard, it's a Sin Eater.
Oh, wait, that's no Sin Eater. You're correct, that's not a Sin Eater. The man we're looking for. It's the Gentleman of Light. Gentleman of Light. Who is this Gentleman of Light of whom you speak? I am the Forgiven Gentleman, Devourer of Sins, Light Warden Extraordinaire. I might occasionally moonlight as a zombie overlord, but trust me, you're a gentleman, Inspector. Inspector Sin Eater, Inspector Sin Eater.
You're acquainted with this gentleman?
Oh, yes. I've met him many occasions before.
Right then, well, clearly your friend has been through a lot, but still, how did he get in his head that he's a Sin Eater?
Is there no way to bring back his memories? Oh, yeah. It's easy. You just pummel him. Hey, I got Nasher's Delights for you, sir. Explosives? You're trying to save him, right? This will save him. I'll save you, Hildebrand.
Play volleyball now. We'll get back to that. Will he catch it in time? Tune in later.
Hey there, Athena. What's up?
You have done well to reach the seat of godhood. Now, bear your souls to me.
All right, let's go. We got this.
There's Athena, and that is a heck of an outfit. Wow. Another speller, I see.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest! You
Zero Dual Scholar run. Got it.
From nothing I mold life.
We gotta move before she actually makes her move.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze. These chains are forged from the fabric of creation. Shine brilliant for me! I give voice! You cannot escape my eternal gaze. This is but a glimpse of the God's strength.
I'm desperately trying to find where everyone is so I can be there too.
Otherwise, you will never win. forged from the fabric of creation. Shine brilliant for me! You cannot escape my eternal gaze. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact. These chains are forged from the fabric of creation. To silent vessels, I give voice.
And down I go.
Shine brilliant for me! Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
Alright, let's go.
That I might become divinity manifest. You cannot escape my eternal gaze. From nothing, I mold life. You cannot escape my eternal gaze. These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Let's go.
resolute soul. These chains are forged from the fabric of creation. Shine brilliant for me! You cannot escape my final gaze. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
I picked a bad time to die.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation. To silent vessels, I give voice. Shine brilliant for me! Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
An LB over here.
These chains
He's ready to go down.
fabric of creation. Shine brilliant for me!
Got him. Pandemonium Anabasios complete. Good crap right there. Finish this cutscene and then it'll be potty time. Already 9 o'clock, really? Countless years I waited within that stifling crystal, and now, when my dream is finally within reach, you stand in my way. Your dream is not a selfish ambition. Its fulfillment would benefit only you. And why, Athena? At the end of this road to godhood, what did you hope to find? It matters not. The fact remains that she worked against the interests of the star. Even so, I would hear her answer. I would know why my mother cast us aside. She lost her mask. How unlike you, Ariaknois. You were never so inquisitive before. Having struck upon a hypothesis, there is but one thing the wise woman desires. Irrefutable proof. My theory was that any true God would see us as we are, imperfect. She would hammer out our flaws and build something greater. To prove this could not but benefit the star, I would give it the perfect stewards, that it would shine brighter than any other. And you would destroy the lives already upon it? In that, I am no different from our peers. Over the course of eons, how many creations have we wrought? Such creations cannot but usher their inferior predecessors into oblivion. Even without our meddling, nature would take the selfsame course. If the destination is the same, is it somehow worse to arrive there by the guidance of a god? I think not. The Auracite made such thoughts irresistible, perhaps, but it cannot have created them from whole cloth. This is Athena's truth. Right of you to pass judgment. You were but a vessel for my masterwork. Your purpose ends there. My only mistake was leaving you possessed of a soul. What are you saying? Poor Theranos. Always the last to arrive at the obvious conclusion. I gave birth to you for a single reason, that you might serve as my tool, and like any tool I crafted you to serve my needs, that you might accept my essence when the time came. Of course, I also made you more amenable to my demands, and ensured that you would feel a cloying affection for your dear mother. However, it seems that my tinkering was insufficient. My very feelings were of your design. You created a boy unable to grasp even the simplest magic, ever hopelessly clinging to his mother's robes, unable to do otherwise. I was doomed from the start. Yet here you are, standing in defiance of her design. You are more than what she made you. Yeah, she's about to take over. I still feel the sting of it. But with pain comes clarity. You ill deserve to wear the mantle of a god. As stubborn as you are witless, if this star will not be mine, then it serves no purpose. She aims to obliterate the ethereal sea and stem the flow of life itself. Be right back. She will do no such thing. Before the battle, Lahabrea told me that I was the key to finishing this. Although I am but an illusion, my soul has crossed aeons to find its home in another, one whose body Athena has seen fit to purloin as her own. Much of what I once was now resides in him. Should my memories seize this chance to follow suit, they may resound enough to wake his mind. But Athena inhabits him still. What will become of you? I don't know. But if I can arouse his soul, perhaps it will disrupt Athena's hold. It's the best chance we have. My whole life others have looked down upon me, but I've never given up searching for my purpose. Now I believe that I have found it. The decision is yours to make, and yours alone. Do as you will, my son. I know you shall make me proud. Ekpianos, do not dare. No, stop this. Your words hold sway over me no longer. My life is my own, and I have found my true family. Ah. Power wanes. This vessel rejects me. What's happening? Athena's magic should be impotent with no body to fuel them. Precisely. Athena was the sole force holding the space around Pandemonium together. Now it crumbles. Though little would change if we were buried here, we cannot let this be Pieter's final resting place. Of all my miscalculations, to think that you would be my undoing, that you're even capable of defying me. Oh, is there more you would say to me? Or have you decided to return to your dear mother's bosom? Have you brought Claudian back to me? Apologies, but I am only the dregs of your own memory. I can do naught but watch as the evil you have wrought collapses, bearing you under its weight. How disappointing. Truly, you are useless to the last. And who made me that way? Although Equinoctois was not but a collection of memories. I know his absence pains you, but he acted with resolve, full aware of his potential consequences. Let us look back on this moment not with sorrow, but with pride. You both are the heroes of the day. Athena's ambitions would have swallowed the world had you not stemmed their advance. We shall both stay here to look over Professor Claudian and ensure that there are no further disturbances to the ethereal sea. You should rest. I will not take no for an answer. Seems we do not but wait. Perhaps we might discuss a matter which has been troubling me. While your colleague Nemeji was enlightening us on the historical events which led to this era, she let slip the name of one of the Asians, La Habrea. Although she knew of the figure only from her research, she was most insistent there was no evidence connecting the Asian to myself. Yet I am aware that this La Habrea used the heart of Sabik to sow chaos throughout your world. I'd be a fool to deny such connections between us. You're the only one present who has met the Ascian in question. So I would ask you directly, are he and I one and the same? Is my fate to work in the shadows and bring about untold destruction? You are him. I see. If you say it is so, there's no reason to disbelieve it. These Ascians, paragons, I'm told, were ruthless in their schemes to rejoin the Sundered Worlds. I have heard but a small number of their deeds, but still, I find it difficult to comprehend the depths to which they were willing to sink. To choose a path of evil, all for the sake of the star. I admit, it is a decision I would make under the right circumstances. Though the ages may take their toll, my devotion to my duty will never waver. Paying no heed to what might be lost, I will treat the heart of Sabik as a mere tool to my own ends. Never caring to look beyond the surface, I will unleash forces that I fail to truly comprehend, and remain blissfully ignorant of my hypocrisy all the while. Antiprius Claudian's awakened. Pieter. I have some faint memories as to what transpired. You stood against Athena and won? And you were there too. La Brea. Archasno's memories of you dwell within me still. Through unyielding discipline, you hoped to forge a son equal to yourself. But the crucible you placed him in left scars that were loath to heal. Yet you were never motivated by selfishness. All you did was in service of your duty. At least I'll hear no more. You may possess Archiachno's memories, you are not him. In rebirth, you have become someone else entirely. You belong in this age. As such, I'm your enemy. And an enemy does not deserve sympathy. Of course, I would never condone the actions of the Ascian. You are not him. You are the Habrea of the Convocation. You spared no effort in saving us from Athena's machinations. And for that you deserve the utmost praise, and my personal thanks. If you insist on deceiving yourself, then so be it. My stance remains unchanged. The most difficult of your trials is behind you, but you may find that Pandemonium has yet to relinquish the last of its secrets. Among them is the identity of Hephaestus' liberator, Who set the very first wheels in motion? There was but one place to find these answers. The past. However, I must insist you keep silent about Athena's fate. While I doubt it would change the decisions I make, you should not tender us information we would not uncover ourselves. Now that I have said my piece, I should follow in my son's footsteps. These odious memories will fade to nothing, as was always their fate. Farewell. Man, you could really use that information you could give us, bro. But whatever. Just say bye. It's like, hey, can you tell us how we might possibly, like, do creation magics? Or how we could possibly, like, save the planet? Or we'll definitely need your help later. At some point. It's like, nah, just... Oh, my time too draws near. Ugh. But I believe I can stay long enough to see this matter through. We shall journey to the past to seek out the truth of Lahabre's words, yes? While Thamus himself may have been there to see this encounter, I have the unique opportunity to hear your perspective on the matter. That is, of course, if you'll share it with me. Quite. I look forward to it. I shall take in the ethereal sea one final time as I await your return. Quest accepted. So how are you going to get a better healer outfit than this? This is a dang good healing outfit. It's definitely becoming a glamour, and I can't see changing from this. Before I do that, let's check and make sure we've got the right outfit on. When we finish that, then we will go ahead and head to the past and continue that. We're down to 3 missions. Agnosis. Ignorisis. back to Pandemonium we go. We walk up like this, and they're like, finally, you're wearing something normal. Peter, truth be told, I thought you would have little reason to ever visit this place again. Seems I was wrong. Well, I just wanted to say hello. How neatly you obfuscate your motivations. Do as you will, then. He's gone through the trouble to visit us, so I hardly think curtness is in order. We braved Pandemonium together. I want to at least share with him our progress. I have relinquished control of Pandemonium to La Habrea. I was never meant to hold it for long, and now such authority resides in its rightful hands. With La Habrea's help, we poured through Athena's research into the Helmenoi. Thus we were able to restore Hegemony's mind and body. Yet there is still much to be done. Damage to repair, the key wards to replace. The tasks are too many to count. But although the path may be long, our progress is steady. I believe we can safely say that Pandemonium will soon function as it once did before. Indeed. Before we reach that point, however, there are some matters which must be put to rest. What's that? One concerns Pandemonium itself, and another is a personal matter. Until they are settled, I cannot move forward. I shall not take long. A lack of resolve caused me to delay, but I have chosen my course. Concerns must be weighty indeed. Do you intend to share your burdens with us? If you would bear witness, then come. Your arrival at this very moment almost beggars belief. But I shall not ask you to leave. I simply ask you do not interfere, no matter what happens, no matter what may happen. I mean, I can't promise anything if you're going to bring about the end of the world. Stay here. This will be over soon. All right. Why did you call me here, Master La Habrea? There's still much to be done if the warders are to be freed. You've served within Pandemonium since Athena's time, have you not? It makes you the most senior key ward now that Agistus is gone. As such, you deserve to know a secret few others are privileged to hear. One concerning myself. Separating Hephaestus from myself required removing a part of my soul. A necessary sacrifice, but one which came at no small cost to my natural talents. I am but a shadow of the man I was at the time of my appointment with La Habrea. I could never hope to wield the same magics as Hephaestus used to bind the warders' minds, let alone break their shackles. That tone of defeat does not befit your voice, Master La Habrea. Do not give in to despair. There is no despair. There's only truth. I do not confide in you to garner cheap sympathy. Hephaestus left behind fascinating research. His conclusion was that in order to transform a vessel into a homeotheos, absolute control over their mind was essential. As you well know, the magics used to achieve such dominion exploited strong emotions within their victims' hearts. In the case of Hephaestus and Aegisthus, their respect for me. Upon slipping his bonds, Hephaestus took steps to throw pandemonium into chaos. With their attention divided, keyword and warder alike were easy targets. But there was an act that came before. Regardless of Hephaestus' prowess, he could not have won freedom on his own. For long days and nights I pondered who might have released him. I could only conclude that Athena's plans were set in motion long, long ago, when she claimed the mind of one of her admirers. Hegemony. None would question your pride in your position, your devotion to pandemonium. But you do not believe I'm the one fit to lead it, do you? Your loyalty lies not with my vision for pandemonium, but Athena's. Master La Habrea, whatever spurred this sudden accusation, I assure you, there is a proper explanation. What are you doing, La Habrea? Do not approach me. As I have already stated, even should I detect Athena's tinkering, I'm currently powerless to dispel it. And so I have come to a decision, one which is made with the best interests of our star in mind. In order to build a better future, I require the strength that I have lost. Can I rip it from the scale? I will embrace these odious memories. Mark well this sight. Engrave it upon your very soul. You will now bear witness to the true La Habrea. Bruh. I cannot imagine this was an easy choice, but it is done. Is she alive? Yes. And she shall remember this lesson well. Athena's puppet no longer, I see. She may yet harbor some ill will toward me, but that is a risk I'm willing to take. Our star requires a steady hand to guide it, and now mine is equal to the task. I can no longer allow pandemonium to divert my focus. Hegemony, I would ask that you serve me anew. There is none other more suited to overseeing this prison, none other who will take such pride in their duty. My loyalty to Athena led me to betray you once before. Why would you allow me to keep this position of keyword? I require your talents, as I require Hephaestus's. The past is of no consequence. Very well, in honor of our fallen colleagues, I shall restore this institution to its former glory. La Habrea is himself once more. He wields his authority without hesitation and thinks not twice once his judgment has sounded. Is Yet he is different from Athena. He thinks only of the betterment of the star. So long as duty guides his actions, he shall not share her fate. And should his convictions ever waver, the emissary will set him back on the proper course. Good. If this is the path he chooses to walk, then I will walk it with him. We'll allow our bond to fray no further. As his son, I will support him in the days ahead. I would not ask you to say the same, Pieter. You and I stand on peaks, separated by vast chasms. Our perspectives shall never align. And never shall one give way to the other, for such is our nature. With that in mind, let us consider any debts between us to be void. Before you leave here, mark well these words. My resolve shall weather loss unfathomable, and yield before no obstacle. Walk your path with the same conviction. Sure. No aether currents beyond this point, you may fly no further. All right, fine. Back to the theoscope we go. Hey there, Claudian. There you are, Peter. While you were away, Themis brought me up to speed on all that happened when I was being held prisoner. His story shone light upon a number of questions that were niggling at my consciousness, namely those concerning the ethereal signature emanating from Az's law. Doubtless his source was Athena, reaching out as far as she could from her prison, ever grasping for someone to take Archiathos' place, grasping for the body that his soul resided in. I wanted to ask, when you first found the crystal, were you unable to hear the memories stored within? Indeed, it was only after our research was well underway that I could hearken to its whispers. Contact with the crystal should have awakened the memories, but the passage of time likely changed Athos' soul in subtle ways. Perhaps ethereal resonance was a gradual process in this case. However, being attuned to Archiathos exposed you to Athena's voice as well. Doubtless, the choice to venture forth into Az's law was not even your own. It was Athena's influence working through you. I do recall being strangely fixated on acting alone. I never would have encouraged such recklessness, usually. Although the choice was not entirely my own, I'm still ashamed of my actions. Reflection is how we plant the seeds of growth, although we must not blame ourselves for events out of our control. That the voice of the crystal belonged to the person from which your soul originated. Not even the most brilliant researcher could have come to that conclusion. Indeed. Your reassurance means more than you know, thank you. Now, one final matter. It concerns the very crystal whose discovery set this adventure in motion. Perhaps sparked by recent events, a new light began to shine from within its depths. From my experience, this may indicate that a new memory has floated to the surface, eager to be observed. Okay. For some time, the question of why La Habrea and Echiaknos would leave such a crystal behind in the first place has lingered in the back of my mind. With the Echiaknos' memories and such magical talents were at my disposal, I believe I can make this final memory manifest for all of us to behold. Shall we witness it together? Oh, yeah, sure. I leave this memory for you, the future of our star. The final days have come, and the creation magics we have so relied upon now hasten our downfall. But despair has not yet won out. La Habrea and the others of the Convocation are working to stem the chaos that threatens to engulf our star. Their plan requires great sacrifice. Elidibus, Thamus, has already offered to give his life for our salvation.
Your savior, bro.
Yet there's another problem which must be dealt with. Pandemonium, wherein are confined our most vicious creations. Even should we survive the final days, it'll take time to restore order. If Pandemonium's cells were breached and the prisoners set upon the star, our hard-won peace would be obliterated in an instant. Someone must stay behind to ensure that never happens. With Thamus and La Habrea otherwise indisposed, that responsibility falls to me. And that is why I must defy the directive of the Convocation. My soul will not be offered to manifest the will of the star, but instead consigned to eternal vigil. I know that in doing so, the final days will take me. I may not live to see my duty upheld. That's why I've resolved to set this crystal adrift in the tides of the underworld. It contains memories of Pandemonium from both my father and I, and shall bear this warning to the future, even if I cannot. I've imbued the crystal with magics that will attract it to my essence. Even should I journey through the underworld to be born anew, this message will reach me. Pandemonium shall not be left unattended. If all else fails, perhaps another man like my dear friend will come along. One with an almost unnatural ability to pick up the scent of trouble. I wonder where he is now. How many souls has he saved, and how many beasts has he slain since last we met? Alongside my warning, this memory shall carry a wish. Pieter, may we meet again. Now listen well. If anyone receives this message, you must come to Pandemonium. Make haste. Please. I repeat. Thought I got the full message. Well, that dispels the last of my doubts. Thank you for humoring me. Now we've come to this. It survived. Oversight. Yes, the heart of Sabik. The tie that bound Athena's memories to my body, no doubt. When I regained my senses, I found it on my person. Now it appears your efforts have left it bereft of memories. No trace remains of Athena. However, its power as Arasite yet remains. It may prove to be a valuable trove of knowledge in the hands of the right researcher. I feel that fate has left it with me for a reason. I shall take my leave, but on behalf of my colleagues, nay, the entire star, I thank you both for putting an end to Athena's wickedness. So I think I'm about halfway through the content of Endwalker Postgame. Of course, I haven't got main story quest even started, really.
I see. Then Hephaestus' story has been laid bare.
Hephaestus.
As has the nature of our mysterious crystal. The questions which led us into Pandemonium are answered. And soon order shall be restored. I too can fade away, unburdened by regret. I could not have reached this point without you, friend. So many revelations. But there are more, if you would dig a little deeper. Elidibus's soul was plucked from the ethereal sea, and from it I was wrought. Surely you have a passing interest in what I remember, in what I feel. You deserve what answers I can provide. While my memories of Pandemonium are clear, all else is hazy at best. Perhaps Athena made me this way. Or perhaps it is the result of who or what I was before. Still, I can recall vague figures. Scenes from my future and your past. At the Crystal Tower's peak, we clash. And later, from that self-same spire, I send you forth into our age, into Elpis. Why do I decide on such a course? Formless as these images are, I cannot say. However, I can hazard a guess. Somewhere within my fragmented memories, I catch a glimpse of our journey into Pandemonium. A glimpse which shows not the path we took or the destination where it led us. Yet by its very presence demands that you are required in Elpis. And even if that act is but one link in the chain of events which ends in Atheris' salvation, then this all has meaning. Our time together, every moment, is worthwhile, and I am unburdened by regret. That said, it is possible my motivations become something else entirely. That you would cross this vast expanse in the hopes of being reunited with your allies. A devotion that once would have baffled me. But after having been to the depths of that twisted prison and back, I think I can understand. Now, I have pulled back the curtain as far as I dare. The people of your age call this the Ethereal Sea, a name I quite enjoy, for it teems with life, each star a soul on its journey. And among these uncountable stars, it was yours that crossed my path. For that, I shall be forever grateful. I wish you well on your journey. A journey as long as your star is bright. A journey not bound by the confines of this world or any other. How fascinating. The truths that dwell at the edge of sleep. The course of history is set by its victors. It is immutable, and yet should this star continue upon its path, look, the light
shines. Welcome back, Peter. I hope you said farewell to Themis for me. Recent events have given me not only a new focus for my research, but also insight into my own origins. Truly, 'tis a gift I could never hope to repay. As Lahabrea said, I am not Ariocthenos, yet I bear a part of him inside of me. I shall do what I can to follow the traces he left behind in the present day. A spark has been struck in my mind. I'm ready to pursue my research with a fervor the likes of which I have not seen since my youth. Doubtless I shall have need of you in the days and moons ahead. When that time comes, I only hope that you will once again lend me your sound counsel. Until then, may you fare well.
The more I try to make sense of what happened, the more my mind makes itself into knots. It ties itself. It'll take weeks, and I dare say months, to navigate the maze of questions. I may have to suggest that Professor Claudian hire more assistants.
That was a threat to the Ethereal Sea. It was pretty awful, actually.
Peter, may I have a moment of your time? I'd very much like to hear of the battles you fought within the pandemonium that appeared in our age. While I was unfortunate enough to witness most of the events with my own eyes, I was not there to write down a blow-for-blow account. Your testimony would be a welcome and flavorful addition to my records.
Sure. Yeah, well, once upon a time we went in the Ethereal Sea and we fought the Pandemonium, and we won. think your foes would be so even more fantastic than the ones you faced in the past. Truly, not even my wildest imaginings could come to what reality gave us. I'm particularly fascinated by Athena. Can I help but wonder what she would have become if left to her devices? We were terribly close to finding out, and doubtless it would have been one of the last revelations of our lives. But she may not have gone so far as for the Arasite. What magnified her desire is almost incomprehensible to a degree. Just how it would influence her, so in a matter just how it could influence one so is in a matter well beyond our ken of our modern scholarship. I believe you saw just how twisted those under her sway have become when you faced the Lucavi. Just what designs did Ultima, the High Seraph, have in bestowing the gift of Arasite to these poor souls? If Athena had achieved her dream of godhood, she may very well have been able to bend even Arasite to her will. And soon the world would have followed suit. What a chilling end to my story, and a fascinating theory to add to my report, of course. I must scour our documents for any supporting evidence. Now I understand why you sent Resinald to fetch any scrap containing even a hint of crystalline machinations. Professor Claudian, I noticed that important tasks were being left neglected, and when I inquired into the reason, poor Resinald explained that he could barely keep up with your requests. Something must be done about this new obsession of yours. You must pursue it until you find the answers you seek. I believe you are on your way to the discovery that shall soon make thee the envy of your peers, myself included. Uh-oh, you had just encouraged her. We often find breakthroughs only after shattering the rules of conventional research. I shall tend to Resinald's tasks, but you must promise me that your report will be a thing of wonder. Of course, Professor. You have my word. I shall give every scenario a fair shake. Where evidence is lacking, imagination shall fill in the gaps. I shall blend the lines between fantasy and science so skillfully you would doubt that they were ever there at all. Well, what are you going to do? I would expect no less from one of my assistants. Before you put pen to parchment, I would be honored if you would share some of your idle musings with me. I will, Professor, I will. If you have any interest, Peter, and I know you do, stop by any time, and I shall share with you my most recent theories. Sure. New regular duty's been added to Duty Finder. Arsenal. Let's play a triple triad. Come at a most opportune time, Peter. Nemesia has allowed me to use her old Temple Triad cards, and I mean to put them to the test. I don't suppose you'd care to be my opponent. Let's go. The tie, yep. Ties for the same dissension. We gotta win. Should have known better than to challenge the warrior blood himself, and let's pay more heed to Nemeji's lectures on strategy. let's carbuncle it up for a bit. So we'll do this scene again, but with a different outfit. Where I look a little bit more like a warrior of darkness. And we'll get to see the other dance. The Manderville. Hello, Taylor. Well, here we are. How exactly are we supposed to begin our search? These woods are, well, woods.
Oh, I think got you. Got a plan, do you? Far be it from me to doubt the warrior of darkness. Show us what you got in mind, and we'll back you up to the best of our abilities.
It's Manderville time, baby.
Ha! What familiarly gentlemanly gyrations are these?
Night Warden, the forgiven gentleman. On your guard, it's a sin eater.
Wait, no, that's no sin eater. You're correct. It's Hildebrand. Hildebrand? Who is this Hildebrand of whom you speak? I am the forgiven gentleman, devourer of sins, light warden extraordinaire. No, you're Hildebrand. You're not the Sin Eater, you're Hildebrand, the gentleman inspector. Inspector. Sin Eater. Inspector. Sin Eater.
You're acquainted with this gentleman?
Oh, yeah, I met him several times. He's kind of wacky.
Right then. Clearly your friend has been through a lot. Still, how did he get in his head he's a sin eater?
Is there no way to bring back his memories?
There is one. It's simple, really. Concussive force.
Explosives? You are trying to save him, right? A little Percussive maintenance never hurt anybody. Volleyball heroics. Set up and spike. But of course, feathers everywhere. Look at White, we've killed him. Oh, no. He's taken much bigger hits than that.
I say, Peter, I'd resigned myself to Nashu's ungentle methodology, but you too, my brutish friend.
I just used my arcane knowledge.
Never mind that. I do not recall the world being quite so purple. Previously, as was Nashu and Greg, wandering the bizarre, shadowy realm known as the Interspectorial Rift.
Oh, my hip. All of our heads.
Where am I? Who am I? Hehe.
That sickening light, that aggressive posturing. I know what you are. You're one of them, ain't you?
Yeah.
What you need is a good old-fashioned dwarven decky. Oh, man, it's been a while since I got the banner one. The light on. What is what?
It'll sufficiently freak out the Sin Eater. Run for your lives, it's a Sin Eater!
Ah. A Sin Eater.
Adventures of Hildebrand.
I'll be damned, I saw a vision of a man's past. No wonder he became convinced he was a Sin Eater.
I saw it too. It's quite possibly the most ridiculous memory I've ever glimpsed.
Yeah, it's Hildebrand. Answer me, my faithful assistant. Where are we, and why is it so purple?
Oh, well, you're in the first world.
The first? The first what? Are you telling me that we've somehow traveled to an entirely different world? Good gods. To think that I have transcended the very boundaries of time and space. But worry not, my adoring fans. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. They return to you forthwith.
Ridiculous. As well it should be. Quest complete.
Well, I'd enjoyed what time I've spent in this far-flung first that I can remember. While I've enjoyed what time I've spent in this far-flung first that I can remember, we should be getting back to my own world soon. Would you happen to know how we might go about doing that? Restore my soul with a spirit vessel. Say no more. Your cursory description was more than enough for me to grasp the concept completely. It was not unlike brewing a perfect cup of coffee, which means our task is clear. We require the services of a skilled soul sommelier.
I know a soul sommelier named Big Luke.
Splendid. I see that even in this world you rub shoulders with the Queen. Let us pay visit to Beck Luke at once.
Not sure what you guys are plotting to do with souls, but if you require Beck Luke's assistance, we can help.
Aye, they've aided us time and again. I reckon they do the same for your friend here. Come with us to the Cabinet of Curiosity.
I mean, I could fast travel, but it's right there, so. Before we click on this, I need to make sure I get the coffee pot started. It's warm enough for me to have it around 11. That was the wrong one. Let's try again. All right. I'm going to get coffee started. Be right back. Alright. Hey there, sailor. If you're ready, I'll call for Becklug.
Ah, genius soul sommelier. You come highly recommended by Pieter. And what an adorable little puppy you have.
So what? Puppy? I beg your pardon, but there seems to be some confusion.
Puppy? Who is this imbecile, Pieter? I've half a mind to make him dig a hole so I can throw him into it. But I presume he's a friend of yours and one in need, no less. What? Another of your friends that needs to be sent back to the source? Have you forgotten how complex and difficult it was to do the first time? Yet you waltz in here and ask this favor with the air of one shopping for a new hat. His case is no different from the others, at least. It's present only in soul, as it were. We'll need another spirit bristle, of course. You don't happen to have one on you already, do you?
I do have the one.
Entrusted to you by the Crystal Exarch, you say? If only he knew how you were using it. But fortunately, I have a porksy on hand. We've been using it to treat patients at risk of transforming into eaters. But I suppose it's due a change of pace. There is, however, one concern. In case it doesn't make it clear before, the process can place great strain upon one's soul. If he's lacking in resilience, there's a chance he'll not survive, but his very essence will be rent asunder.
After all he has lived through, it would be implausibly anticlimactic for him to die like that.
Pieter knows me all too well. I assure you, my good sommelier, he was most certainly not a dog. You needn't worry about Hildebrand Hallid or Maximilian Mandeville.
Yes, I get the distinct impression the gods themselves cannot kill him even if they tried. And they have, probably. Come on, then. I can't be bothered to remember the name.
1,000 thanks. Simply point me to the soul siphon, and I shall hop right in.
The rest of you can wait here. I promise I won't hurt him, no matter how much I might be tempted. You'll be pleased to know that the process was smooth and uneventful. Honestly, I was hoping for more of a challenge. All you need do is take his spirit vessel back to the source and bring it into contact with his corporeal body. He should awaken immediately with his soul and memories intact.
All right. If there's nothing else, Bernard and I should be getting back to our duties. It was a pleasure, Peter, if all too brief. I won't pretend I understood even a fraction of what just happened, but I'm glad I was there for it.
Till we meet again. Rest assured that Thaler and I will be doing our damnedest to look after the people here in your absence.
All right, well, I'll see you.
All right. Try not to bring any more friends to my world, if you can help it. They seem to be really troublesome.
Back to a closet house for a soulful reunion.
You're back, and not a moment too soon. We have an emergency on our hands.
It's a gentlemanly spirit, doubtful.
The inspector's soul is in this, you say? Oh, that's great, but we have another problem now. The inspector's body's gone missing. We went to the markets to do some shopping, and when we came back, he was nowhere to be seen. I double-checked that every door was locked before we left, but there's nothing to suggest someone forced their way in. We've got a case on our hands, the case of the evaporating inspector. We must begin our investigation at once. Come on, let's start looking for witnesses.
Hey, did you see a gentleman walk by here?
Did anyone else get carried out of that house, you ask? I was too distracted with stock-taking to make note of any comings or goings. Sorry I could not be of more help. I did not see anyone carry a person out of that house, no. But I did see a man carrying a particularly large sack, so heavy he strained to lift it. I did not think much of it at the time, but now that you mention it, it was a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, apparently there was a man carrying him in a sack.
Oh, there you are. The man says he has vital information that will help us in our investigation. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Delian, Editor-in-Chief of the Fathnarian Truth, a monthly publication devoted to exploring unexplained and otherworldly phenomena of our isle. Your companion shared with me the news of your friend's disappearance, and I happen to know precisely who is behind the incident, but I fear you may not like the answer, for the kidnapper is not of this star.
He got abducted by aliens?
They come from the heavens, from beyond the great expanse. They descend in curious, saucer-shaped airships to study our world, our society, our buildings, our very bodies. You shudder, no doubt, to realize of whom I speak. It couldn't be, you protest. Oh, but it could. And it is. Your dear friend the inspector has been abducted by aliens.
Well, that tracks.
Ah, but he'll be fine, you assure yourself. After all, they just want to understand us better. You poor deluded child. That they do. But to what end? Why else? That they might one day take over our world. What is worse, they plot to do so with the aid of collaborators. For the Shirleyans are in league with our would-be overlords, providing the aliens with vital information on our vulnerabilities in exchange for a position of power within their regime. The final days was also the work of these alien invaders, an attempt to sow chaos, that our world would be easier to conquer. Blessedly, it was thwarted, but only by dumb luck, as those who did the thwarting were blissfully unaware of the true nature of the threat.
Okay.
I'd hoped the setback would discourage the aliens from coming back, if not move them to abandon their ambitions. But it would seem events have only emboldened them, as they are indeed carrying out abductions here in Razat Han. Even as we speak, your friend lays prone on the sterile bed in the base of their surface of the moon, where they poke and prod him with inscrutable instruments, and their floppy ears wiggle in fiendish delight. Oh, but I have said too much. I must continue my investigations in secret. The fate of our world is at stake.
Okay, well, nice talking to you, bud. That was good talk.
Oh no, that sounded awful. We have to go to the moon and save the inspector at once.
Well, at least you got the floppy ears part right.
So you don't think the inspector is going somewhere getting probed by aliens? But if not them, then who's probing him? A man carrying a suspiciously large sack. Oh, that sounds promising. Maybe someone else can tell us more.
Maybe.
Someone up ahead may have seen something. Let's ask around. Masher's now accompanying you. Here's the tutorial again. In case your brains fell out. Because you've seen the tutorial like 15 times, 20, a couple dozen.
Alright, Nashu, what wacky thing are you gonna say?
Piraga and his family are the nicest people. They've got such gentle eyes and long noses, too. Longer than anyone I've met in Eorzea.
Hey there, Darity. Darity?
A man with his sex. Indeed, I couldn't help but take note of him as he passed. Trying very hard to be inconspicuous as he was. He descended to Ursula's path and went over to the fountain, where he met with a merchant, I believe. Such a hefty sack it was. My mind was racing with the possibilities it might contain. That has to be our man, right? But we need to hunt down that merchant.
Look out! Al-Zadal's Peace. Within this mausoleum is interred the mortal remains of Al-Zadal, leader of the Auri tribe who sailed to Thavnair from the mainland. By joining the might of his people with the Axodora, Al-Zal tipped the scales against the Gajura, bringing an end to the internecine war of the Maitanana tribes. Gonna be able to get back up there? Probably not, huh? Alright. Dad!
Oh, it's incredible, isn't it? It reminds me of the great statue of Lord Godbert at the Gold Saucer. Oh, once the inspector's back on his feet, we'll have to show him.
Hey there, traveling merchant. Man with a large sack. Ha! You saw him. You bet I saw him. In fact, I sold him my chocobo. At first, I told him to get lost. That bird and I go way back and so forth. But he was in a hurry, and his offer was very generous. When you're in my line of work, you cannot afford to get too sentimental. And now I can buy a whole stable worth of chocobos.
When did he say where he was planning to go next?
He's muttering something about having to get to Saltwind's welcome in a hurry. Probably why he was desperate for a chocobo. It's a long way to go on foot. Never mind the sack.
Oh, did you hear that, Peter? We need to head to Saltwind's welcome right away.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, the question is, where is Saltwind's welcome? Denzers. Okay. So we are by a society quest, so we'll need to do the society quest. This is actually a really good time to do the other society quest thing that I have saved up, because I need to advance that as well.
Tell me, Peter, you're from Eorzea, ain't you? Just what happens? Just so happens we got a deal lined up with an Eorzean trader, but we don't want no trouble, though. You don't mind acting as my middleman, do you? Alright, you need to pick up our side of the bargain from a fisherman called Kagal Izaki. Hand him this. He'll know what to do. Take what he gives you to the Eorzean trader at the docks of Yulaman, and then report back with the goods once you've finished. Easy, right? Listen, Peter, an important part of riding is being easy to ride at all times, being ready to ride at all times. And that means keeping up regular maintenance on your car. Just so happens we're running low on certain spare parts, and getting more of them, well, let's just say it's best suited to fighting types, eh? Like you. If you could swing by the old Hampshire hatchery and fetch me some Azaluka advice, I'd be much obliged. How can I take it? I'd have to try and get to some small fry to get the gnarlier chap. There's his vines we want. Okay, handful should do. Should have been leveling up my white mage during these, but oh well. Might have some trouble, Peter. One of the riders has gone missing. Last we heard of him, he was heading back to the Paracal stand, but that was some time ago. You think you could spare a moment to join our search? We've covered the grounds from between here and the Wakeful Torona so far, but beyond that...
Alright. Let's ramp the battle. Let's back up a bit. Okay, I'm trying to set up White Mage for Dawn Trail, so need to level that enough. Hey, Ryder, what's up?
Oh, blessed be. Someone come looking. You won't believe the beast we got run into. Ugliest thing I've seen since the final days. Well, we spanked away like our skins depended on it, but my delivery got jostled out of the cart. To make matters worse, when I pulled round to fetch it, my wheel slammed into a rock, and now I'm spinning 6 ways to nowhere. My girl was in hippo hysterics. Had to cut her loose and stop her bellowing. Hate to put you out like this, but I think you could lend me a hand in bringing me cargo. Just one wooden crate. I think I stopped by that boulder over there.
By the boulder, huh? Right, I see it. Return the fallen cargo to the harried rider's cart before your arms give out. You have 3 minutes. Let's wait for him there. You heard that, right?
That's it. Oh, thank the sisters. Oh, and you, of course. I ain't home as soon as I'm ready to ride. Let Mara know it's all right, will you?
Let's try this set. bringing out the enormous guns here. Blasting with Bahamut.
Well, this guy caused a calamity, right? Ah, he's on my side. Very nice.
I head back. Turn in a couple things. I'm going to use the restroom.
Got those vines?
There you go.
These are perfect. Our hippos will appreciate your kindness. Yes, you are. You see, these vines are what stand between the yolk and our precious hippo's skin. And believe you me, you ain't want to see a blistered hippo. You always make sure to keep fresh vines in reserve, but go and fetch them quicker than you might think. I hope you won't mind fetching them again when the time comes. So that's what happened. Oh, thank the sisters, everyone's all right. Our riders usually pretty good at avoiding the nastier beasties, but a jungle's still a jungle. Sounds like our carts could use some adjustments, too. Anyway, I'll mention it to the boss. Thanks for being a pal, Peter.
Let's see if I can't do this mission with White Mage, despite having accepted it with Summoner. Be right back. See if I can get and some more water. Sorry for the long wait. Either I forgot to make coffee this morning, or my wife drank all of it. Neither of those things ever happens, so it's really weird. But yeah, just had to make some more coffee. Hi. How you doing? Hmm? Yeah, you a good kitty? Yeah, you are. Alright.
Here we are, which means the mysterious man with the mysterious sack must be near. Keep your eyes peeled.
Alright.
Over there, that man is definitely up to no good.
You're the fisherman?
Maybe he's waiting for a co-conspirator. We should stay out of sight and watch what happens.
So apparently I do need to do summoner. That's fine.
Oh, Master Chupacabra, But he expressly told us he put the evil schemes behind him. Oh, he wouldn't lie, would he? The goods appear to be none the less aware. Very well. Your payment as promised.
I used the wrong voice, but that's fine.
My client will be most pleased. Hey, you know the thing? Yeah, I got it. You got the stuff? Yeah, I like things and stuff. Oh! Oh no, he's going to feed the inspector the giant sea monster. It's an honor and a pleasure as always, Dr. Lugay. I have faith this specimen will meet with your satisfaction. So this is the one said to be the strongest, most resilient in all the world. The Mandeville Man. None other. He has weathered countless explosions and the multitudes of marital illnesses and martial abuses, including a devastating suplex I myself did witness. It is even said he surveyed the journey to Dalamud itself. Survived the journey to Dalamud itself, and survived the Lesser Moon's fall within nary a scratch. Most fortunately for us, he's fallen into a coma, which I am assured he will never wake. Feel free to do with his body as you please. Even the mightiest of warriors can't fight while asleep. Those meddlers may have gotten the better of me and my beautiful boy in the Tower of Babel, but my next child will be all but invincible. With this body of mine to command, I will exact a glorious, bloody, terrible revenge. Forgive my boldness, Dr. Lugay, but when might I expect the rest of my payment? My debts that must be repaid. Worry not with the Telephore gone for good. The vast fortune of House Brutus is entirely at my disposal. I shall shower you with wealth, my loyal minion. And gladly shall I accept the spoils, Doctor, and resolve never to renounce my wicked ways. For surely this time I will suffer no comeuppance. Hey, somebody order a comeuppance? Hey, what's up? Oh, no, not you. No, now. Bah, I must away. Zoomy. Oh. Wait, Dr. Legay, my payment. Wake up, Inspector. A perfect throw by Nashu. Is that what happened just then? Could it be? The world is no longer purple. Yeah. Stop moving, damn you. You're supposed to be a comatose centerpiece of my glorious revenge. Ha ha. Yeah. Ah. Mommy! To infinity and beyond.
Bye, Inspector. See you next time.
Not again.
What?
No.
That is an impressive explosion. And of course.
Oh. I say, that was a rather dramatic series of events to awaken to. And more importantly, after a brief detour, I find myself in my own world once more. The most sincere apologies for causing you such trouble, my loyal assistants. But rejoice, for Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return.
I love it. He did get attacked by aliens. What?
Pardon me. I seem to be a bit busy.
It does bring a lot of dodos. That looks Loporit-sized. Wait, Inspector! I knew it. An alien abduction, and to think I would have the chance to witness one with my own eyes. This month's issue of the Thudnerian Truth shall be the best one yet. Wow. Just when I thought we'd finally had the Inspector back, off he went and then back again and then floated off again.
Well, these things happen, you know.
Oh, to him especially. Things appear to be happening. Let's change back to Summoner because I can't do the mission that I needed to do around here as the White Mage. So we'll go back to this. I know it's not the first time that he's taken to the skies without warning, but still, it's a little disappointing. Still, there's no use crying over flying inspectors. Let's return to Razadhan.
Eventually. But first, we got missions to do over here.
And it is coffee time. Wow, these two missions are like right next to each other. What brings you here?
I have an elegant purse for you.
Ah, my host's favor. Yes, I see you brought payment info. He wanted to see these safely into the hands of a certain dimension visitor. I assume you can trust you with the rest.
Alright, before we do this. No, we're going to do this.
I sent you to recruit Raha, and you returned with an entire survey party. I hope Mastier's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all.
What he means is we're grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. Oh, we're more than glad to have a chance to provide it. I ask only you take care to steer clear of the reefs and the shallows there.
We will keep an eye out.
Let's start this mission, get that other mission done, and then come back.
Zartal III, I confess I am somewhat embarrassed by the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore?
What of the treasury supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics of another affection. My friends should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find.
Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense of the conjecture and set sail for the vault.
Yeah, let's do it.
Good stuff. Quest accepted. Al-Zadal's Legacy now available. And then as a DPS, trying to queue for this. All right, let me get my coffee because I got 11 minutes. Be right back. So I think we'll be doing Hildebrand quests in between completing these little jobs. In the meantime, we have a delivery to make. We have that other thing we got to do too. The Luperate stuff. Who there? You wouldn't have to be Master Marrow's associate, now would you? Here you go. Oh, good. But eagerly awaiting your arrival, sir. Yours is my final trade, so back to the... sorry.
Oh, good. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival, sir. Yours is my final trade, so it's back to the Diamond of the Rantaro I go. These, why, are the finest dried ingredients this side of the bounty. Make for a glorious soup stock. Fetch a glorious price at that. Limbs and Leminsis are the culinary capital, after all. For a chef, only the very best will suffice. Well, then, a pleasure doing business with you. This crate contains Master Marrow's goods. Send him my regards, yes?
I was looking for the cart. Apparently I was already carrying it. Clear selection. I only wanted Aldazal's legacy. I just happened to look over there and see that 12th Circle was also one of the options. Like, no. Not what I want. Alzadal's legacy. Okay. Yeah, I saw it was saying 11 minutes, and it was also saying 224. But yeah, right above it, it said, "Oh, you're waiting for the 12th circle." I was like, "No, I'm not." Did you go all right?
Here's your crate.
Brilliant. I knew you were the right man for the job. I reckon that skipper might have skipped clear away if one of them to come lumbering at us. Fish or no. Oh, it's a prototype of a new kind of wheel. There's this really reputable company in the Minster that's coming up with upgrades for our cars. I've got to make sure we can handle any road now that we're riding all over the island. Can't wait to give these a spin.
Excellent.
Alright, so Luperate. It's Luperate in time. Oh, and I think we also have culinarian thing to do. We've got lots of little things to do. I should actually check my list. I don't think I've checked my list today. I love you, kitty. Are you seriously sniffing my armpit? What is up with you?
Our music installation's a rousing success. I must admit that I understand less than half of what Cunningway says about the circulation of carrots, but they seem rather pleased with the shopping station's results as well. I do wish we had more dreams on offer, however. This cannot be enough to satisfy every Luperit's needs. Dreams, passion, ingenuity. I believe I know a Luperit who can help. A Luperit with a vision? A dream? Well, just so she adores fixing all manner of things, whether they need it or not. You may have some difficulty convincing her to set up a station here, however. Well, surely we can convince her. If we try, what's her name? Dreaming way? Repairing way. She's been rather fixated on the machines in the greatest Endsville of late, so I shouldn't be surprised to find you there. Oh, in that case, let us sally forthwith. And by us, of course, I mean you and me, Piotr. We require your powers of persuasion as a person of affairs. Sure.
Society quest accepted. We'll pick that other stuff up in a minute.
Pardon me, are you repairing me? That I am, and you are? I'm dreaming, Ray, and this is the illustrious Piotr. We're here to invite you to join a project of utmost import. Oh, and what will that be? You see, we're trying to make the Loporits feel less useless, since we've had our life's work for generations completely destroyed. Well, yes, I can see why the problem sorely needs fixing. They can't rate half the mechanisms in Beastwood's Burrow for melancholy Loporits draping themselves about. Even so, my paws are quite full, I'm afraid. Should I derelict in my repair duties, I'll be even shorter in support as we already are. Or the moon will go flying off in the great expanse, and then where will we be? Where, I ask you? Oh, good point. I should hate to convenience everyone by hurtling us out in the cosmos. I can recommend someone with similar talents, however. His name is Inventing Ray, and he's quite mechanically inclined. And you think he'd be willing to assist? Oh my, yes. He's been more than happy to help in the past. I would call upon him more often, in fact, if only his repairs weren't so, experimental. In any case, you need only say the project will allow him to work on machines, and he'll doubtless agree without any further consideration. I'm certain he would be happier experimenting freely in your workshop than operating within the confines of practicality out there. Why, just the other day I asked him to repair one of our carrot creation stations, and next I knew the thing had spread its limbs and was dancing about to improve sparkler efficiency. It certainly sounds like my kind of Loporit. Do you know where you might find him now? Oh, to the north of here, perhaps? I've noticed he enjoys gazing out upon the machinery, while considers his next harebrained schematic. Well, thank you ever so much for your assistance. Oh, and best of luck with the repairs.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, see ya.
I'm not. Are you inventing, Ray? Who's asking? That is to say, how may I help you? Her Ray told us she'd be willing to help join us at Hopper's Hold. You see, once upon a time, there was a bunch of rabbits, and they decided to make the world a better place. But then the world was already a better place, and they were like, well, I can't do anything now. Sweet Mother Highland, I thought you were here for a repair job, but you're saying I can make any machine I dream up? Essentially, yes. Anything I can dream up, huh? This is the greatest day of my life. That is to say, I'd be delighted to join you. I enjoy working on machines a normal amount. It was I who invented the supporters, in fact. Granted, I didn't anticipate your people would turn out to be so small, which inevitably resulted in the supporters identifying them as not the right organisms and initializing the murderous rampage sequences. But I wanted to fix that if I'd only ever been given a chance. I know I could have. And project management, though, wanted to go another way. Repairing ways offered a few odd jobs to keep me occupied while I looked for a new role, but I think my innovative take on carrot cultivation may have been the last straw. That's why I'm truly grateful for a position where I can be myself. Oh, what can I possibly thank you? Or how can I possibly thank you? Dreaming well, and no thanks necessary. I only hope you do your best to share your dreams with your fellow operator. You bet I will. I'll share like no one has ever shared before, and then they'll all see. That is to say, I look forward to working with you. I have a number of large projects in mind, so I may bring along a few friends with time on their paws. And, oh, yeah, lots of other things. No. Well, every time I couldn't find the pneumatic saw, I thought my best tools were reappropriated when I was dismissed from my position. Well, why don't you come back to the dreaming workshop and discuss it with managing way? Maybe we'll have a way of finding what we need. Oh, that's good, because I need a great many things. We're setting up in the whole new station, so please come by and join us to help us hold when you have a chance.
Sure. I'll hop to that right away. Hey, Dreaming Way.
Welcome back. As expected, managing ways to inventing ways requests into a tiny particular list, then hopped off to oversee the procurement. They did mention something that they would like you to prepare. What was it again? Oh, yes. Machine oil that passing laborates would not mistake for a refreshing beverage. That's simple enough, doesn't it? They even provided the necessary ingredients and materials. Yes, that's the word. If you run out, of course, feel free to ask for the dreaming supporter for more.
Yes, more machine supplies. Hey, I didn't tell you those these.
There's your oil for you. I do hope you enjoyed crafting those items. If you're satisfied with what you did, I can take them off your paws.
There you go.
Good heavens, such fun qualities. Have you ever thought about changing your name to Crafting now? I'll leave you to think about what... I'll leave you to think about that while I get to get inventing way set up. No doubt he's itching to astound us with his creation.
Huzzah.
Ooh, I'm astounded. Also confounded, but mostly astounded. Rest assured, this is merely the warm-up before the sprint. My mind races with ideas. They certainly are unique. I think so. I would even struggle to find a use for most of these, but as we have never specified you do aught but live your dream, I suppose it's only fair to rate your performance as above average. And here they come, my disciples. Gaze upon these machines and let the inspiration flow through you. Welcome to the Dreaming Workshop. If anyone would like to try to plot the dreams we have on display, please do inquire about our free trials.
What good has been done here?
And now useless machines. It's not enough that we have no use ourselves. Do you know this guy? No. I can use this ironic display to demonstrate the depth of our irrelevance. My petition to reactivate the hibernation stations may at last be approved.
Is this depression way?
Struggle to your heart's content, my friend. Show us the meaning of utility. Yes. Who was that? Who was that?
Let me ask the right voice.
Someone who's not interested in the machining station, it seems, but we have plenty of operators who are, and that's what matters. If we continue to draw such enthusiastic crowds to each station we build, everyone will have their own dream in no time. Yeah.
The Dreaming Workshop is now home to a brand new machining station, and many technological wonders subsides. There's yet much to be done, however, for each operator to find new purpose. Continue expanding the workshop to see what dreams may come.
Just so long as I don't have to shuffle off anything.
Reputation up. Reputation has increased to trusted. You've achieved trusted reputation with the Dreaming Ways. You may raise their faith if you further by continuing to assist with the Dreaming Workshop. Furthermore, you'll be able to take additional quests, blah, 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 blah. Find selection of wares with Coining Way. Way to go to. Welcome to the Dreaming Workshop. Blip, blip, blip. Pardon. This is all terribly exciting.
Most assuredly the ingredients and materials just to meet the safekeeping here. Kept safe as you please. How safe do you please, by the way?
Whatever.
Peter thinks even more of our ways have developed an interest in playing an instrument. Might I ask for your help once more? Your support would mean the world to them. Assuming that's a yes, allow me to point you in the direction of the greatest Ansdale. You may find Piping Way eager to share all of the details with you. Best of luck! Thanks to the elaborate carrots developed by Coining Way, the moon's economic influence is expanding in leaps and bounds. If you're to maintain this stellar growth, you need to produce more coins. As a counterfeiting countermeasure, however, the process is extremely involved. That being the case, we're grateful if you could lend your skills to the manufacturing effort. My stockpiling colleague in the Caratorium will provide you with the materials you need. Peter, our dancing friend Shakingway has been asking for you. I'll just spare him a moment. He wishes to battle you again. You're only practicing in Beastware Burrow. I have no doubt he's itching to witness your moves. In no small part due to your efforts, the Ways have begun frequenting the Dreaming Workshop, and this is why it is a pleasing development. The increase in traffic has led to more fields. Our cleaner struggled to deal with. I realized the matter with the Dancing Way has agreed to upgrade the cleaner machina. He simply requires some components, which I would like you to supply. If you take yourself to a greater Ansvale, my clanly colleague there will furnish you with the requisite materials. Many thanks in advance. Among other things, among the ways is one whose task is to preserve information. His name is Savingly, and he has since awakened to the dream of recording our voices. To that end, he's in the midst of developing a supporter with a voiceover functionality, and he has requested some components for it. If you're willing to craft these components, please seek out Keepingway yonder. He'll provide you with guidance as well as the necessary materials. There's been an emergency call from Inventingway. One of the supporters under development was taken off without warning. We tracked the machine as far as Heimdall's lost sight with deadly elegant weapons and known to prowl. As much as I dislike delegating dangerous tasks, we need you to find and retrieve the supporter, so please hurry and be careful.
All right, what do you need?
Working on saving this request, are you? Then you've come to the right way. What you need is a component of a liquid semiconductor. There are materials if you require more. The doing supporter will assist you. But once the item is ready, skip over the saving way. You'll find it at work in the northwest of the Chaosorium.
Audio recording component. Marvelous. That might be it right there. And there you have it.
Come one, come all. Challenge Shakingly and fall.
Hey there, Shakingly.
Ah, it's you. Come again to see my moves? You'll find me very much improved. At the musicking station, our fates will decide. On our battle, I'll wager on my name and my pride. I don't have to keep kicking your butt, Bob.
Let's do it. Going on the adventure to ruins. The title is Legacy. Glyph of passage allows us to continue. It is cool having the actual finals working for us. With the passage opens the path forward. Interesting. I gotta pick the Mentor in the party. Weavable pots. The water bears you deep beneath the waves. Confirming bearer's identity. Glyph of passage detected. How much is manageable authorial signal? Brazen thief. You will proceed no further. Locating denizen. Opening portal. haven't done it to you. Let's add more activity to the show. Your greed will prove your undoing. Alright. You think you'd find some treasure chests in this area? Oh well. With the custom.
Looks kind of like a Cave of Wonders, doesn't it? All right. That went pretty well.
Computer, stop making this harder than it has to be. Looming Warden. Capiculu.
So long as this guy doesn't start dancing me out, I think we'll lose, right?
Warning, your fault is under my protection. Go to the frog. Will invite chastity. Your direction and avoid the spikes. Read now and move. This is your final warning.
All right. Excellent. Yeah. All right. Good time. Good time had by all. And everyone left. I got accommodation. Don't know what I did to deserve it, but thanks anyway.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Why not?
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Oh? Selling away what exactly?
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Looks like a void tear. Or a void scent. Oh, and Ishla's interested.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
We did one of those once. You were there, Graha. That was a while ago. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between the worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That whirling emptiness. It puts me in the mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. And it too.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors.
Okay.
With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void, thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other. The two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history.
Right.
Yet, you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
He is one of the oldest dragons alive.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength.
That's the source of the Bone Dragon, probably.
I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
Yeah, Alag would not mention it.
That does not surprise me. To Alagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemist, did matters take a favorable turn.
That is
Their
what
dedication
the
was
dragon
beyond
was getting out of
reproach.
it.
Tirelessly, they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
That's why this was made. Lots of whys. I love it.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used a simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razathan and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
Dragons are so cool in this game.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void.
Right.
You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
Mm-hmm. I remember when Nero turned purple. That was a sight.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the First Brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome.
She's been there for decades, for
With a warding
millennia.
scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late.
Right. Thousands of years. That's too long.
And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection.
Yeah, 5,000 years ago, you're looking at Egypt's old kingdom and a whole bunch of places most of us have never heard of.
So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
Quest accepted. All right, well, it's time for lunch. First Brood has been added to the Unending Codex. Aether's been added to the Unending Codex. All right, we're going to stop here, take a break for lunch, and we will be back in about 30 minutes to continue. Thanks so much for watching. If I don't see you again, have a wonderful day.